Mic check. Mic's good. Welcome to the channel, guys. This is Reliable Rudy. Just got to get a couple things set up, and then we should be good to go. Before we go into any stock market analysis, anything to do with the title, you guys know I'm not a licensed financial advisor. Everything in this live stream, in this video, is me simply sharing my opinion. I hope that is made clear. What is this? You know, end of the day, I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy doing what he loves to do. I'm going to make mistakes, but we're going to try and learn from it, move forward, and I'm going to try and be as transparent as possible. So going into the title name, ATHM, for those of you who know, ATHM was a trendline play that we were playing with yesterday, but we are still possibly looking to get more, but I had some good shares. The best fill that we had was a 2862. No outs on the name. We're going to be more patient with this. And, you know, maybe these wicks up here is worth a first trim. And maybe a little bit right there at 31.50. If I don't get that price up to there, you know, we can always think about continuing to add to this trend line. But a decent start, and I would say a neckline break off of this kind of consolidation to the downside, breaking over top of these highs, I would say is big, and even over top of these lows, which, you know, it tries to catch a bid off of and then gives a flat bottom break to the downside, rejects these bottoms a couple times, but the trend line holding in doesn't need to pull back into the trend line. We'll think about an add. We didn't add off this neckline break off the open, but we were watching it. So maybe if it retests 29.25, could be something there. But a good first start off the trend line. Sometimes when you're buying these trend lines, it's a little bit dicey. And normally when they're around this trend line going into an earnings report, that is where you'll see a massive gap down through a trend line. But it can happen at any point in time where all it would take is the right order to get stopped out. And before you know it, this price could have easily been back down in these middle 20s. But I felt this was a very resilient trend line and one that we've been watching for a while and been really patient from buying. But also just the company itself is fundamentally sound, no debt, have a good amount of cash on the books. They bring in free cash flow quarter after quarter after quarter at 82% margins, operating around 20 to 30% operating and profit. There's a lot of things to like about this company in general, which, you know, had it given us that gap down, we felt that we were holding a reasonable enough company. But then it helps when China is also catching a little bit of a bid. A lot of China names are catching a bid today. Okay, so be it. Um, if it wants to catch a catalyst from that, I mean, we'll gladly take it. And we think that we can print this name back up into these 30s in some way, shape, or form. If we're lucky, you know, upper 30s, and if we're extremely fortunate, you know, top end of the channel is something that we are going to be watching. And by all means, it probably has a downtrend meeting in right here. So this would be those early trims where we'd think about 5 to 10% at the most. Maybe one or two of them, and maybe just one last one right into the downtrend. But if this gives us this break at 33s, we think that, you know, it could be a catalyst to catch a bid on a trend line break, and then, you know, any type of move that we get, we can always try and reload it off the trend line if it ever starts to go against us. So moving forward, TGTX, small fills on this name. We got a 72 and a 63. The 63 was, you know, basically just had the order, the resting order right off of that neckline. It opens right there. This is where we got the 70s. We thought, hey, our 72s, hey, it was kind of wicked up, and we said, hey, let's move our 70 order that didn't fill and try and just get a small fill on this name. And the reason why we even like it in the first place, because we got this 1080 kind of marked. So we're not really expecting it now that it's rejected it right here and kind of just trading sideways. We're not really expecting it to just shoot right through that. I mean, if it happened, we're all for it. But if this just trades sideways enough, this is a name that we're probably going to try around that 1050 to average in some more shares. If it goes against us, then we have a trend line that can also be our friend. If this just needs a wedge pattern sideways for a while before it breaks this 1080, I'd say it has a reasonable flat top build, which is also the start of the gap. So the quote I'm looking for is for this to eventually test up towards this flat top where we can respect it, but then if we hold a piece for the break, we have some pretty decent lows over here that meets in with some highs. So we could see a little bit of resistance up here, but 13s, that would be a nice little catch for this. And if we're lucky, we can maybe get a full fill of this gap. So maybe just some early entries into a further move. But if it had to come back on in, I would say this is a more solidified sort of trend line, meeting in around that 10 flat. So a lot of different variables with this. Is it too early for it to start catching a bid? Maybe. I don't know. But if it's going to catch a bid, it's going to break these 1080s. And I think more people and more liquidity is going to be willing to be bought if it breaks over 1080, which are sitting at 1070s right now, so a little bit below that first entry. But like I said, not too much size on the name here. I'd have a lot more uh, willingness to go into this ATHM if it pulled back to this 29s and maybe the gap, maybe the trend line as well. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. So next name, BAC. BAC has a very interesting setup where I think if it breaks over, which I would expect it to show some more resistance here, and maybe have to trade back in. But looking at the daily chart, you can see this neckline and how crucial this neckline could really be if it's really setting up this flat top. If it breaks higher, we could be seeing a nice little bid to these wick lows, which it does have a gap filled down around these 31s. But at 31, I think a lot of people would be looking at this as some sort of retracement where you can fight through those lows. 31.50 to 32, I think seems reasonable. But obviously, it could easily just show some resistance into these 29.50s, give or take, and have to retest the trend line. But a nice notable move, and we're talking about that. If that neckline breaks right here, this could be looked at as a higher low, kind of a green move. 1, 2, here's candle number 3. If it takes out that high quickly and confirms that higher low, I think it's a pretty good look. Personal opinion. End phase. And one of our accounts, we added a little bit of end phase because we felt it was a little bit low. And I bet you can probably guess where we added it. Our first order for that account was off of 129.25. So we did get a fill on this first candle right here, or the second candle of the day. Came back in and we put another order in off of this 128.25. And I think we're going to respect this and just kind of play the levels. So that next level is probably a 127.75 that will go off of that. And then the gap in the trend line that has been kind of setting up right here. But I think it's a nice first green candle. I wouldn't be surprised if this was kind of the top for the day. But if it did take out 31.50s, I would have a hard time thinking that this is going to give me another solid entry in these upper 120s. I could be wrong, but I would expect at least over the next few days that would catch kind of be an area where this catches a bid. But of course, this is a nasty red candle, able to get over top of these lows, and it closed below it yesterday, but then gaps up. So an interesting type of look. If it doesn't want to fill this gap today and shows a break of these 131.50s, I would have a hard time thinking that this wouldn't be trying to push for these previous lows up here. And at 33.50, I mean, if it gets higher than that, I mean, this could be setting up a nice little move to try and retrace back up to previous earnings levels. Oh, my bad. So moving forward, DFS, we did not buy any, but I thought we had an alert on this for the test of that high. I thought we did, but you can see sort of gapping up over top of this flat top, wicking down into it. So, it's really tough, but I think this is a reasonable company to really have a long-term mindset for. So, when it really starts taking out some of these highs and some of these levels, it's tough to buy them higher when it's like, dude, you had 6 days to buy it below 90. And it's like you just never know if you're gonna get it lower. We had some gaps that needed to be filled, but now that my bad. Now that it's trading higher, it's like if it comes back into these levels, I'm very interested. But if it doesn't come back into those levels, I could potentially regret not taking this sort of candle setup. But still kind of a weak name, but all it would take is a slow churn up to that middle ground where we look at the big players. Look at is where the big players are at. TGTX, kind of just trading sideways, isn't going to be able to give you that sort of U-shaped formation. And I know EDBL was ripping. I was looking at it, and uh, it does have a notable sort of level right here where I'm surprised I didn't see this. Where when I go through my watches, I'm just looking for these sort of flat top setups, and this one gapping up above it, wicking into it. I'm just kind of surprised that I wasn't able to see this when I looked through my watch list the last 2 days. It was, but. Yes, notable move. Soundhound, the next ticker. Pullback candle number 2, a lot of indecision. Gaps up, showed the weakness to come down and fill the gap, but we had a descending channel that was marked. Whether it was perfectly set channel or not, you can see that it is a respectable parallel channel, but gapping up above it and now trying to build this sort of U shape. If it continues holding 250s, I think this is a name that could eventually take out this 270. And if it takes out 270, we have some respectable levels. Gap at 291 and gap at 315 is where we're looking for potential extensions with this. But you can see a nice trend line. So enough sideways consolidation, this 250 continuing the hold could be a catalyst for, just trade sideways long enough and build the U shape for a 270 break is what we'll really be looking with. And TGTX coming on in. So let's kind of see how it acts right here. We're not going to, when you get this sort of stair step, trade sideways, and boom, red engulfing through the level, I kind of just want to watch it. So we're not going to look to add any. We just have small fills right here. But if it gets down towards this 150 in a reasonable manner, not just a red engulfing right through it. But if it gets there in a reasonable manner, where maybe this is the start of some sort of descending channel right here, and we try to just trade sideways, and then we're here, uh, is it going to be enough to give us that move through this sort of and trade sideways, break higher? So, it's wicking into these upper 50s for now, but I think it's going to need some time. So we'll just keep an eye on this one. We'll mark this channel for kind of an early look. If we have to adjust it, we'll adjust it. And the last name is oil. I mean, oil, is it still above 85? Oil setting new highs. Um, Potentially some sort of resistance trying to build, but at the end of the day, that would be sort of a channel look. So if this is top end of the channel, we just want to see if it can fight over that. So if it needs to trade down, just trade sideways long enough. When it breaks, I would expect 90 these tops over here in these low 90s to be sort of the next level that could be setting up. So oil looking very good. Now just moving around. Baba, really nice move, and I think the story just kind of tells itself. I mean, the company's buying back shares hand over fist in those upper 80s. That's pretty much where the trend line is kind of meeting up in these low 90s now, and it does have a gap fill. Uh, but obviously it probably has some sort of a downtrend as well. But around these 100 levels, that's going to be a really bullish look where it's testing these flat tops. I mean, how many setups do I show you guys where uh, they are breaking through that flat top, maybe has some resistance, but then just kind of trade. I'm looking forward to just trading this wedge and eventually just give me a full out break. And I don't know how much this 127 or 117 gap would have. And actually it's at 118, give or take. But I mean, if this were to get over top of 125s, I would not be surprised to see top end of the channel. This is December right here, so I mean, if this really rallied, man, it would be a very interesting look. But ATHM also is a Chinese company. But a really nice candle coming on in right here, and you can see the consolidation period that's taking place. But that's everything that we're looking at. We can keep an eye on uh, meds. I know that was running in the morning. Whenever you see that first candle really get taken out, it might look to trade sideways. But if it did catch a bid, I'd be looking for uh, this channel can be adjusted all the ways until, like, if it made a move up to 12s, that's still in the middle of that red move. So you got to really be careful with these, in my opinion. ASTS, we have an alert set on 4. We're getting a nice increase of volume, but took out the wick from the first can, or the indecision. Buyers holding this level at 390s. A lot of, uh, if we go to the daily, you can see this is a lot of those previous highs right here. So this kind of bull flag holding above that is bullish. I would say a 4 break. We maybe are thinking about adding some, but is it going to show resistance into these low 4s again? We know that the previous low right here leads up to 420s. Is it going to have the strength to really push higher? It's going to be tough to tell. But looking at TGTX, we got the open of the next candle, and this is the kind of what I was talking about. If it gets there in a reasonable manner, if it gets there and not even able to follow the first sort of trend that we marked, I don't know how much I would hold regard for this, but a little bit of a move to the downside. If we got 66 as average, we're down 1% right now, but very small size, and very interested to see how this acts around this 50. We've had enough pullback time for this sentinel play. I would say the decreasing volume is decent, but this little descending channel look, I'm not opposed of this play. So Sentinel 1, I think, has a reasonable setup. Is it going to have the juice to hold this level? You can see the buyers coming in on the stair step sort of look. But a 5 wave in that little 5-minute candle, is that going to be enough to really just let it trade sideways and then go? I think it's a reasonable setup. It's a tight channel, uh, not any terrible looking volume. Same thing with this red engulfed into the downside, bit of an uptick there on that volume, which is a little concerning. Warner Brothers is just gonna be a hold for me. We'll see if it has the resilience to really hold this trend line. Uh, Give or take something like that. I know it doesn't make contact there, but really just looking to see if these 12s can hold. So if 12s can hold, maybe kind of fake some people out here. Let's see if it can do it again, where 1330 would be looked at as a neckline. But we're gonna hold tight on Warner Bros. PWM is gonna let me know every day. Uh, but I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's you gotta put your money where your mouth is. ATHM. Oh, man, I really like the setup. Even when it gaps down, it has the strength to push up and fill that gap. How does it act off of this? Is this a confirmed higher low? Notable volume increase. I know it is red, but I mean, you tell me. A lot of that volume came in off the open. Really resilient hold this trend line. Even some nice increases of volume, and now increased volume starting at the day. These are all elevated candles. Given a look like, hey, let's go see if we can get continuation on the name. Oil play Devon notable above this 52 range. I mean, we were talking about 51s as being a notable level, getting across this wick top right here above those 51s. Devon should honestly be a title name. Uh, I mean, I can only talk about something really so much. I kind of lose track. Once I get the entry, I just kind of lose track of it. But a really notable consolidation, and it's kind of churning on an upward channel right there. Very interesting little bull flag consolidation. But an ascending little channel getting the gap up above the flat top. It's got a gap fill here at, I mean, 53s, but I mean, with oil holding in these 80s very well. I was expecting more pullback this week on oil, but over top of this wick top here could really get going. Where you have 55s, but I mean 60s gap does not seem out of the question if it's able to get over 55s. Mr. Drift, Mr. Fruity, happy Friday. I'm well, and yourself? I'm doing good. Nothing too crazy. I'm more excited about the ATHM. It's easy to look back and say, man, I could have had more orders yesterday, but I believe we had 4 orders fill on the name. So I love trying these trend lines. And what's more exciting about ATHM is I can pull it up over here. And if I were to just give a pitch on ATHM, and not have anything to do with the chart. I think the chart is a beautiful setup. I'll go ATHM, ATHM, go to the income statement. This is ATHM. So if I was just looking at an overview, I mean, yes, you guys can look at what the company does. It has to do with online sales, car parts, you name it, PCs, phones. I don't know if it has to do with phones. Decreasing revenue, but I'm looking for this revenue to kind of just baseline out, kind of a lot with the news that you're seeing with China with stimulus. A lot of the earnings reports that we've looked at with China, the margins have really got that more of an uptick in the 2023 year. But just looking at some baseline for the company, consistently high margin company, operates very well, over 20% consistently. Look at the balance sheet, plenty of cash, more so in short-term investments. That's all right. They're more able to do that simply because of long-term debt. Only 600 in long-term debt. This is in yen, so obviously they don't have 23 billion in cash. But I mean, cash to debt ratio, we're looking at about a 4-to-1. Very reasonable. Look at the cash flow statement. I can't see it on quarterly. High stock-based compensation. That is the one thing that I'm going to knock with them. And this is one of the more overlooked things when you're looking at a company is how much they're paying in that stock-based compensation. Of course, this is in Chinese currency, but I don't know what that conversion rate is, but it is notably high stock-based compensation. But they add a lot of cash, and they're bringing in a decent amount of cash flow, so it doesn't chip in too much into their cash flow. You can see the cash flow consistently over this 2 billion or Chinese yuan or whatever it's called. But consistent cash flow, high margin, operates well. The last thing that I'd want to check is that return on invest capital, respectable return on invest capital. If the last 2 years were pullback years, 2021 and 2022, you can see that their return on invest capital is decreased significantly from previous years. So if they can really get going, I'm expecting them to consistently put a decent return on invest capital is what I would look for. I mean, just hearing all that in itself, and then you flip over to here and you look at this chart, I mean, I would be crazy. And this is part of the reason why I was so upset the day before for not trying it, because this could have easily got a bid, and I wouldn't have got, this opportunity to buy this trend line. But a decent start, and by no means am I going to sit here and act like it's perfect. You probably have a downtrend in right here. You have some resistance built in right here. Yes, it's up almost 3% on the day, but for all I know, it has to come back into the trend line. So if it does give us that opportunity, we're going to keep chipping into it. And our risk is that we risk a massive gap down through this trend line that has been extremely resilient. Why does it have to keep trading at this trend line? Trend lines are meant to get broken. Boom, you could see an easy gap down through this. I'm not going to act like it's perfect. But just checking the boxes financially as a company, and looking at just the last earnings report, looking at GAAP EPS 56 cents, expected 60 cents, previous quarter 46, 66. consistently putting up decent EPS for a $29 stock. If they can start showing me a little bit of growth where that year over year is kind of flat is what expected, but can also be beat as well. But I'm looking for consistent companies like this that are trading at a reasonable price. So that's the pitch for it. So that's why it's the number one name for today, and we'll see how it is. We do have an alert on this Space Mobile for 4. We're still holding that same 390 entry, holding resilient above our entry, which is I really like that type of look. But here's where we really wanted to get that entry. It kind of broke this little flat top. We've been patient. If this can break over 4, we think we can get some green candles to the upside. End phase, we do have open orders on end phase at this 825. 28.25. If it gets there, honestly, I'd expect more downside pressure, but we are going to try and get a little bit more end phase. NVAX, a notable move, nice volume increase relative to anything that I did yesterday. Nice green candle consolidation, now taking out the highs. Is it going to have the juice to take out 860? I don't know. SOUN, we're just looking for a 250 hold. If it breaks down below that, we do have a trend line down here in these low 40s. I'm not going to be too worried about it, but it would be concerning. But we'll keep an eye on that if that comes into play. TGTX leaving a wick down towards those highs. So this is what I meant by a reasonable decline down to this. If it can follow in this tight channel range to the downside, how does 1050 hold? If it would have just put red engulfing through that level, it's like, okay, maybe trend line. But it's going to have to fight through this. A little bit of resistance over here. Tries to hold, gives it up on red engulfing, but now trying to reclaim it. So if it can reclaim it, maybe we can see this test back up to these 1080s. If not, so be it. Space Mobile up to this 4. A notable move here. 3 minutes left on this candle. Not the most amount of volume, but it is increasing. Let's see how this acts on as it breaks 4 right here. We'll think about an ad. TGTX right up to those 63s. BAC, a nice bull flag little setup right there. Looking for a continuation. Let's try and find another name. Let's go back and look at that Sentinel 1. Still leaving that wick. We got 2 minutes, 25 seconds left. I'm very intrigued with the open of this price right here. The daily chart is going to show you the move. If it gets down here, I would not be opposed to seeing some wicks into that level, but I gotta see it trade sideways a little bit. But you can see this sort of descending channel that we have. This level doesn't run just to the last few days, but all the ways over to the original gap down. Tries to retrace up 1726s. We tried getting some off 17 flat in the pre-market, just weren't able to get it. So that's too bad, because that would have been a good fill to just kind of sit there on our hands and just see how this continuation play would play out. But you know, it is what it is. EDBL coming all the ways back in. Let's see what this is looking like. Nice red candle. Into, it does have the decreasing volume, but still a lot of red volume. Giving out these lows is not the greatest look, but this is something that could catch a bid into these 250s. Maybe average in down the 2. ASTS breaking over 4. There's 401s. So if this gives any more pullback into this range, we can think about it right there. Or we could think about adding right now. But I am going to expect a little bit of resistance, unless it were to get over top of 403s right here. Alright, we're back. My dog is a little bit sick. Yeah, sorry, Drift. I had a buddy come over and he had thrown up upstairs. It's okay, puppy, yeah. Dogs get sick. It's okay. DFCO. I know you've been calling this one out. DFCO. Right up at a level that I had marked. But it looks good for continuation, Drift. I like your play right here. We were talking about it the other day as it was kind of setting up this bull flag continuation. Yeah, this is a really good call out right here. Nice move too. It's a he. That's all right though. You couldn't have known that. Yeah, he's sick. It's okay. Oh man, that was a big mess. Jesus. But yeah, I would say I don't know why I would have marked this. I would have probably marked it just a little bit higher off of this wick right there, but right in around maybe just marking in front of 24s. For a retracement type of play, I'd say when you got these channel consolidations, I would say meeting in a lot of wick lows into these 302 or 382. And then a dream move, I'd be looking at this 702 retracement, which would be a dandy of a move for you. So just mapping out some levels, I'd say, uh, maybe a small trim just because you got a couple nice green candles here. But a pull back into like 2150 looks really good. Just the middle of this green move right here. 2150 is your 382, and you got your half. Those are real continuation pullback areas that I would say that could really act as support. And then you have your fail-safe previous high right off of a 20 flat level. Yeah, this looks good. I mean, I wouldn't bet, and already taking out the highs on the day. Uh, Decent volume actually compared to what it has been doing. Like in this consolidation period, you can see a clear difference in volume increase right here. Looks really good, Drift. I think you're in on a winner here. Hold a piece for the dream. Don't be too aggressive cutting this. Uh, Even if it pulls back into like this 20 halves, I think it's worth holding this. I'd have my out for a true out underneath this wick, depending on where your entry is. If your entry is down here, um, yeah, underneath this wick, or maybe even a deeper stop, down at this range, I would be a little bit bearish on it. But then you're looking at it as a retracement of the entirety of the move, and your out is right at that 618. So I think, depending on where your entry is for this name, I would be very bullish on this setup. I probably could have took it, just at least had an alert over top of this. This green candle would have alerted you, put it on the map. At the very least, this breakout at 20 was legit. So even taking that breakout from 20, looking at 18%, very good look. ATHM, holy buckets, up to 30. Heyo! You know what we call this one, Drift? We call this Yabo. Just kidding. Yabo trade is your trade on DFCO. You sly dog, Drift. You've been talking about that one. I see you. I see you on the call out. It's on me. If I was able to put it on my watch list, freaking TradingView cap the amount of stocks I can have on the watch list. They probably were watching me add this watch list up and be like, we gotta slow this guy down. Just looking around, I gotta look back at Sentinel 1. But ASTS given that pullback. Here's 97 right now. Red candle, but decreasing volume as of right now. We only have 5 minutes left. Honestly, this is where, yeah, I was gonna say this should get bought up right there. And you seen that was decreasing volume. I'm almost tempted to run it back on the stream and see what that looked like right there. Let's run it back like 20 seconds on the stream over here and see what that actually did. Here we're switching to the 15. Volume's at 143. And that wicket buying is about 2K of volume right there. 2K of volume, looking at the same thing I am, retesting the highs. I mean, that's a good fill right there. And I would say that that is a good look. And I'm tempted to go punch in for some. Let's go see what the tape's looking like. But got as low as 95s. Let's look over at Sentinel 1. Really giving the stair step look, like boom. Let's set an alert on this for the bottom of this green candle. TGTX, still trading in this channel. These channels, I hate them. I hate trading these plays. They always just F me over, if you know what I mean. But I do like this setup. I mean, looking at this daily chart, it might not seem like much, but all it would take is this to catch a bid over top of those 180s. And I think you'd see a nice green candle test up to this 1180, where, you know, you could be flirting with that positive break. It is a weak name still early entries, but you know, I think it's looks halfway decent. It's just gonna have to break over top, which this is a nice support level here at this 1060. It's been fighting to get over this area, so we'll see how that works. Sound down flat on the day. Given the look like, hey, we need to trade down here and then leave that wick. This is candle number 2. I don't know how accurate this downtrend really looks, but it did have a descending channel. Kind of testing right into this gap, so we'll see how this acts. It's there right now, so it's a little bit red on the day actually. ASTS right into this level again. Let's increased red volume though, so more selling pressure. So I did catch a nice bid off of that, but still a lot more selling coming on in. We're gonna average at least our reload. We did have one trim on this name. We're gonna average that in right here. And we'll start with that. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize. I just glanced up at the big tech here. Tesla's on a knife shoot right here. No real meetups there. I'd say you do have that half. I'd say you have some decent support. Flirting with that middle ground, I'd say I would be interested in the short. Just kidding. Yeah, I just don't like this name whatsoever. I think it's extremely overvalued. I wouldn't be surprised if it still had to push up to those upper 270s. You have a decent uptrend, and you're flirting around with that middle ground. Tesla normally has the buyers there when it has a bullish setup like this, but I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, in my humble opinion. Warner Bros. Coming down to this 12 level. Is it going to be able to hold this wick? Looks like an absolute short. I don't know how much weight I would hold to that trend line. Maybe given the look like 12, or I meant 11, seems reasonable. Disney, the same look, giving out the ghost. We're being patient, even though it's got a wick low. Weak name, it's going to need some time. We look at the weekly. It does have some levels down here. If 80 flat, just trying to mark 80 flat in the sand, I would say 80 is a pretty decent level. So we'll see how that acts. TGTX up to 65s. Wait a minute. We might get something going. This reclaim those 63s right there. Decent look. Actually a nice wick into the bottom end of this channel, which, you know, just a retest of these highs. So this one really, if it traded sideways enough, it's holding those levels as well. still wick down there. You know, honestly, if I wanted to increase that order, that's probably where it stops would potentially be at if I wanted to up that order. But we'll just wait. We might even just take the order off and wait for the trend line. But I do like end phase, and I think it's a reasonable long. ATHM, kind of a wick top, but it looks good. A lot of good volume coming into this. Baba testing the high from the first candle. See what Sentinel-1's doing. It didn't alert me. It's about to, though. So I might get my wish on this. S crossing over right now. Is there something like that? I doubt it. I don't like that. Look at the daily candle. Where everything. Yeah, down here into these. Can this give us an exhaustive sell-off back into these levels? That's where I'd really be interested in it. Man, I really wanted this to trade back down to this range. I'd say it looks like a short, but MRO, that's my baby. Breaking out highs, you like that one, I'll drift. CVS, this is getting close, I think. This is attractive. I mean, look at that neckline right here. Pretty much right where we're at. CVS, this is a very interesting little drop. I mean, look at the EPS this company is going to put up next quarter. Look at the EPS from last quarter. 220, paying 60 cents. That's a, what, 30% payout ratio. And I'm sure it's an increasing. 55 to 60, you got that. That's a almost 10% dividend growth on top of that. Yeah, I think this is going to be getting close if we get down to. It might even be there right now. I don't know. I think CVS is an interesting setup, and the strength really isn't terrible. It could give you a further move down, but you have a nice trend line on your commodity as well. Nice retest. Geo, notable move, flirting with the day's high from yesterday. I mean, that's a one consolidation day, and now potentially taking out those highs from yesterday. This Geo could get going. GCT, let's take a look. Man, that retest of those highs. Sometimes it's so hard to put that order in there. It is so hard. Silica. I bet we can find that alert. 1260. Why do you think I put 1260 right there? Wicked over it a few times. Consolidation. Boom. Take out the highs. Wowzers. Oil looks really good. We're already long silica as it is. I bet you can take a gamble where I'll leave that up for you. What's ZI doing today? ZI's close. That consolidation. Now getting flirting with these highs over here. ZI is close. EDBL looks reasonable at this level. Given the curl though, so I would expect a retest of this, but if it breaks over 66, this could get going. Hussa, notable volume. Take a look at Boyle. Sentinel 1, let's take a look back over here. Still trading right at the level. Is this going to be the ascending channel build? $5%. Is that what we're going to chase for? RX, RX. Actually a good look. Devin, nice push. I expect some selling pressure in this red candle. Not a half bad look on this ENPH. Let's take a look at K view. Alright, let's take a look back at Sentinel 1. Looking like flat bottom break. These were two gappers from yesterday, or two halters from yesterday. Squeal. Squeal. Yeah, probably not going to be touching those. Given the look for flat bottom, if this wants to go and rip over top of this 60, think about an ad. A little bit of selling pressure, not too much. Warner Bros. Is a nice trade to the downside. How is it going to act at this 12 support? It's pretty much there. Invax. I think it's reasonable to get rid of this. We gotta think about maybe an exit on Invax if it gives up this 8 or 790. Looks like descending channel, but if it discredits it, I mean, could easily catch another leg to the upside. I'd say this wick top. Let me just mark that something like that. Let's go look at the daily. Huh, look at that. Right at the gap, wicking into it. Is it done? Maybe. Can it rip higher? Sure, definitely could. I would watch out. DocuSign, notable move. 47 held like a glove. It's an interesting hold level right here. If it discredits this channel, there's 61s. Now in the middle of this red candle, you'd expect rejection here. If it doesn't, could be seeing this one heat up a little bit. ENPH, I mean, how else do you draw up? Here we go. Come on in. A nice green candle coming in here on TG. Think about maybe adding some here. That's a beautiful look. I'm gonna try a small ad here on this name. Five minutes left on this candle. Take a look back at Sentinel-1. We have no alerts on the name. Trying to hold that level. ENPH alerting me down to this level. Oh man, that's juicy. Wicking into that level just a little bit. Chipping 58. We got our eyes on this one. This one could be something here. Out is going to be. We'll see. We haven't got the entry yet, so I don't know how I'm going to play it. 68 highs there. Stacking on 50s now. And we should have an order on this. Let's see if we can break it down one more time and test down into that closer to that 19. Warner Brothers giving up 12s right here on a full red move to the downside. A lot of selling pressure. Possibly some news related stuff with Warner Brothers. We'll go take a look at that real quick. TGTX, a full green engulfing candle here. Take a look at Sentinel 1 again. Nice move off of that. Invos still just needs a little bit more time, I think. Decent volume increase. I mean, relatively light volume overall, but I still think it looks decent. This Invos is gonna, and we were very close to getting that entry. We had the order ready to go at these 1930s. That could have just traded down just a little bit more. ENPH giving up on red engulfing. Well, we may think about exit of ENPH today. Invos has the higher low, wicks into these bodies. There was nice volume increase, decreasing volume right here. The open of this candle, how are we gonna act down here? TGTX. Warner Bros. Through that 12 is gonna start wicking into this level. BBL, giving up the level, following the channel down. Given the stair step look on Space Mobile, how do we hold these low 90s? Sound down a nice retest, hold at the top end of the channel. ENPH. Here's 50s. Took out 50s here. There it gave up those 25 levels. Let's see if we can get a tiny fill here. If this is gonna wick into this level. We got partial fills. ENPH. We got partial fills. Let's see how much of that partial fill we got. Not anything. So let's see if we can get this fill. There we go, we got the fill. So let's get ready for see how this is gonna play out. Given the look like potential descending channel, but if this is gonna discredit that, we think that we got a good entry. So my out is probably gonna be the 19 break. And that's what we wanted to see right there. So beautiful entry. We pretty I mean, it doesn't mean that it's going to work for us entirely, but I do like that buyers are holding that level for now. We'll see if they can continue holding the level. TGTX giving us that green candle. Boom. Let's see if we can get bullish on this candle right here. I gotta keep my eyes on this ENPH though. Let's get back over these 1950s. TGTX, you know, we could get first fills right off those 80s and try and reload off of upper 60s, but I like the entry that we had. We'll see if we are gonna get some continuation on this name or not. Go look back at Sentinel 1 real quick. We'll see if we're gonna get over these 50s here. Volume is picking up though. There's 49s, and there's nothing on the tape until 70s. So there's the opportunity for the longs to jump in front of the bid. Or jump in front of the ask, I meant. I mean, still not the most notable move. We got 65s on that. We're looking for a bigger move than that. ENPH holding these 50s. Is it going to flat bottom on us here? If it really gets going though, this could have a massive breakout on this 25, which runs way to the left. Gotta talk about a level here. So if we just got the early entry before that, we're gonna feel really good about this. And now up to 20 cents. I think we're in on one here, Drift. Flirting with top end of this channel right here. Size is jumping up on the bid. We got 60 lots on 90, which is not too many, but now convincingly through that 20. We'll see if this and bid stacked on 20. The buyers are jumping up for this name. Holding 10 as support. Now beautiful candle coming in on this increased candle right here. Is this gonna have the juice? We're gonna find out. Amps, give it a nice curl. Wicking into that level, but the volume increase, this next candle could be the one. Now if we get over the top of those 2050s, and this could easily flush. I'd say 19 is a beautiful out right here. So the closer you get to that 19, it could be looking like a short, but that's where your risk reward is the best. And I mean, even if it gives up that level, I mean, we can think about it. But just like that, right up to 2050 again. No bid stacked over 20s here though, so probably not quite ready, but setting up, and I think the next candle could be the one. He's getting going. Taking out the highs though. TGTX, a nice little channel break here. Still wicking into the top end of this. I mean, if this wants to respect it, I'd say that 19 out. Yeah, the open of the next candle here, we'll stay here and see what it does. Chipping away 20s. Wicking into the body candle, that's what I want to see, but it's not able to close above those 2020s, which is that wick high. But the volume, once it start coming in, I think it can push. Yeah, just showing some patience here with this ENPH. Not the greatest setup, but I think it is possible to see something test up. Up to this 2020, let's see what this is doing. The bid is trying to stack here on these 20s, but it's not getting the increased buying pressure. Oil still holding 85s. This can build a little bitty U shape here. I'd like to see 95s hold. If that comes in, 4 break would look a lot better. ENPH candle turned green. Still catching some resistance. We got 200 lots on 30s and 350 lots trying to hold 20s this time. So let's see if this can start catching a bid. ENPH gave up those 20s. Might need to go back and take a look at this. Not too much size here around these 60s. Respecting the top end of that with full red engulfing. 7.5 minutes left. Let's see if this can start leaving a wick. Let's say 19 out, or I could just get out right now. Well, let's see if any buying can come on in. There's the wick buying we're looking for. Bid stacked on the 50s again. That's where we feel a little bit more comfortable. We're at 30s. We have 5 minutes for this candle to leave a wick and hold above 50s. There's 20s. We're hovering over this market, previewed. You're okay, puppy. You're okay. I know you're sick. You're okay. There's 19s. See if 19s can hold here. Give it a small chance. And that is an exit of the trade. You know, it still could have some hope down here. So I'm not going to say that it's terrible. But red engulfing, increased volume, rejecting the downtrend. You know, if it wicks back up above 19, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But all in all, we're going to take the small hit off of that. Really wasn't the worst hit, but it was a hit. It's alright, we'll move on. We can always come back to it and see if it's going to hold this 19, but, you know, I'd expect some selling pressure if it reclaims 19s. Trying to hold 19s here. Good size, stacking back on 19s. Put an alert on that. And look back at that area. I like this TGTX though. EDBL tried to break that channel, can't. Got as high as 14s. Devin right around that 53. A nice stair step following the teal. Nice uptrend. Could have just stuck with the oil plays today. Holding 19 still. Potentially paper hand, but we'll give it a chance to come down here and maybe try it again. Looking at the other names, it's kind of panning out to be a little bit of a boring day. We can look back at Sentinel 1. Trying the hold. Baba coming right into the level. Gives the bull flag continuation. A little bit of a stair step. 3 candles, you'd expect to move up, but moving right in, trying to hold 95 flat. We're gonna keep an eye on this one. Trying to hold 19s. Got a minute left on this candle. I mean, it could easily wick back up into this. But I'd expect this next candle to follow up red if it closes where it's at. Boom. Right down to this next level. See how it acts. Nice wick buying into that green candle. Is this going to be another? ENPH open of the next candle. Let's take a look at it. Keep an eye on that if that breaks 19 again. I would expect it to come back into this level though. Given the look, if it keeps following the channel, boom, right through the next level. I mean, all it would take is a higher low confirmation here for it to eventually break that 20. ZI, a nice 2% day. Kind of a bull flag setup. If it takes out 1850, not a terrible look right there. Add an alert there. Looking for this to trade sideways long enough, meet up around that 1070, and then give me that 80 break. We like the TGTC setup. It's just this lower high right there. Is this where the channel is supposed to be set? Kind of got this move sort of like this. Kind of the same setup as that ENPH almost. Or ENPH. I keep saying ENPH. ENPH. You can see it is similar. Where this one trades down and then rejects this again. Let's look at the volume. ENPH about to give up 19s again. ENPH's continuing to try and hold these 19s. I'd expect some selling pressure in that level. TGTX flirting with this. Let's go look at the tape for this. No contact with the teal. TGTX, is this going to be able to push that 80s here? Oh, we got a fill on that 28.25 though for end phase. Trying to hold 19s, I just don't. Now up to 30s, I would expect some selling pressure in those 1950s. In terms of stopping out, you know, I could have maybe held and tried to average the position here and then tried to get out on the test of this 1950, which would have been green for us. ENPH up to these 40s, and here would be a potential exit for ENPH. TGTX sitting right around this range. Bid stacked on 75s now. Getting a call. Take this call. And we're back. ENPH, given this look, if this is going to be some sort of trend line here, it could end up being a couple different things. Just with this wick washout top not getting higher though is a little bit scary. But we're keeping an eye on this. How does it going to act? If it just wicks into this and sort of holds this level, I'd say if it reclaimed 1950 could be something, but I'm not going to hold any weight to it now. There's that retest of those 50s where, you know, it could have been a little patient right here, average if it came in, and looked for 19 if I got an average in down here. But then this was an ideal look for an exit. TGXT or TGTX. Kind of giving a false little break right there. Is it anything worthy? I'd still say it's probably got some sort of channel look right there. ASTS looks like it's going to give up the level. How does it act in the low 90s? Other than that, I really don't have anything for you guys. Devon, continuing the churn higher. DFS kind of just trading sideways, a little bit of a wedge pattern. NVAX trying to hold 8. I don't know how that's going to go. Invos keeps trying to wick into this 19. Let's get a refresh here. EDBL, you know, probably can be adjusted on this trend. Something like that. I'd say you're pretty much testing into that. Tight channel, nice little stair step. Breaking that tight channel, discrediting it, but still has some levels that it needs to work out. Oil 2%, setting up the flat top for this continuation. ATHM, ATHM. Looking at the daily, that's a nice green candle following this trend line. Beautiful look. Sound down, even trying to leave a wick down in towards those 50s. Catching a little bit of a bid, building that U. How does this act if it's able to get back up here to these upper 60s? Looks pretty good. Baba catching a nice bid, breaking the tight channel to the downside. Something like that. Now if it holds the level, I'd be looking for this to potentially be holding some sort of ascending channel. Maybe. It's got to break over the highs first, but if it keeps churning to the upside, I'd say it looks good. So that's a catalyst for more continued move, but this might need to pull back into those upper 80s. Wicking into that green move, trying to build this sort of U shape. If it reclaims 4, that looks pretty good. Invos, continuing the wick into these 19s. Phase putting a wick down towards this little top right here. It doesn't need more movement to the downside. You can see potential channel look, just making a parallel channel. EDBL giving that leg down through the level. ARD. I think we had an alert on this name yesterday, actually. Filled the gap, trade sideways, takes out the level. Beautiful look. Get rid of this line. Get rid of this line. Invos, given our alert. Take a look. Given that stair step look, how much buying pressure is going to come in off these 850s? Do I want to buy that look? There's a 850. Let's see how it acts right here. Stop at 19s. Doesn't look half as bad now, but let's give this a try right here. And just like that, we missed the entry right there. It's kind of what we talked about. I would just weren't able to get it. Good buying pressure off that level though. Right into this level, TGTX. A little bit of increased pressure with a minute left. The volume did give a nice little uptick right there. $65 seems like a decent area if this wanted to be anything. Maybe a retest of those 50s, but given some wicks up towards those 80s, we're not looking for this to break this today. Now, if it needs to pull back in to these 50s, that's where we could look for some support holding. But ASTS getting ready for maybe another test of that 4. PWM testing those wicks higher. DVN on a nice churn to the upside. NVAX trying to hold 8s. BAC pulled right into that teal, catching a little bit of bid, pulls back there, could be something. Invo still sitting right around this 19. Invo's right around this 19 again. Is this going to be something that pans out? Got a descending channel and a potential ascending channel. Putting in a green candle, I'd expect some selling pressure. Bottom wicks, bottom of the body, middle of the red. Looking for this pull back into this wick high potential. Today is September 1st. HPK, let's take a look at that. HPK. Geo up to that 740. That is a day high from yesterday print there. Invos reclaiming that 19. Would have been a good ad right there. Is this going to end up panning out? There's definitely a catalyst where bottom end of the channel, top end of the channel, 15%. Not a half bad look. ASTS up to that 4, giving that look. ENPH coming right back into this level. Let's take a look at the bid. Not too much size here. Chipping away. Let's try us and get a small ad here, and just our out is going to be underneath the wick. If it gives up convincingly, you know, maybe a little bit underneath, like 1820s. But if it wicks in the 18s and wicks us out, we'll take a loss on it. But just in case this does want to catch a bid, we're going to try and get a fill. TGTX still trading around this level. We got an alert there. ENPH. Let's see, one more move down. We can maybe go right off those 75s. Seven and a half minutes left. Volume just kind of slightly picked up. Let's see how it acted right at that. Is the volume pickup there, indecision. Now giving up those 90s. Back up to test this 19, so I'm tempted to just get an entry. Longer just holds right around this range. My out, I mean, I feel I got a clean out. You know, maybe it needs to trade down the 17, which, you know, I don't really see any clean levels. If this is gonna go, I like the flat top up here. I feel like this is a kind of setup that can give you a nice move up to that and then reject. Big size off 19s here. Continued move on EDBL. Nice green candle, respecting the low there on end phase. Here's 72s. I mean, this is where we're gonna had my order set incorrectly. Let's try it right here. Alright, so we got the fill. Let's see if we can maybe average a little bit more off of these 50s, and we'll get ready for an out on this name. So that should be our position, and a little patience pays off. We'll see if we can get any type of move, but we are going to get ready for an exit on the name. So a little bit of buying coming in off of that. We can adjust this just briefly like that. If this is going to work, we feel the risk reward here is decent. Bid is stacked on 76 now. We got 72s and 61s. So let's see if this can give us a move. And I'd have a hard time thinking that we can't start getting just trims on the name off of 19s. And that is the type of buying pressure we want to see. Let's see if we can get any continued move here. Volume, slight pickup there into that level. Nineteens on the ask. So if we wanted to, this would be an area where we could think for first outs. Make up a little bit of the losses that we had. We have a little bit more size this time around. So if it flushes on us, we are going to take another hit, but patience really paying off. We feel we got the entry that we want now. It's just about holding the level. Had a little bit of buying off first level. Second level comes on in. See if we can push over 19. I'd say over this 50 could be something. I'm sure you probably have some resistance meeting in somewhere as a downtrend, but oil or Tesla? Oil or Tesla? I think I'll take oil. ASTS, right around that 4. I mean, this could be started to look at as some sort of tight wedge pattern that's getting made. If it comes back in the 98s, we will definitely think about it. End phase given a nice green candle. Still has a lot of levels to work out, so not set in stone. ENPH is the one though that we need our attention to. Still had a decent sized lot on these 90s. Gives up those 90s right away. Let's see if the buyers can punch this back up. Setting up potentially a flat bottom break. Continuation to the downside. So that is our worrisome. Given the look of a bear flag continuation, is this wick low gonna have enough? It's not really a great green candle, but a lot of time left on this candle. This can easily start wicking into this level. Good size trying to come in on this name here. We'll see if this can get any type of movement here. Trying to hold these 70s. Bid stacked above 75s now. There's only 19s on the ask. If this wants to take out those 19s, does it keep wicking into these low 19s or not? Retest back into this range. Let's move this alert down just 1 penny. Bid stacked on 84s now. Keeps tapping those 401s there. Bid stacked on 85s now. Tight spread, 85s and 86s. Giving up 85s. We'll see if the buyers can hold these 80s. Only one lot on 75s. Gives up 75s. 42 lots on 70s. Is this going to break down? The out? I don't know if we can hold this underneath those 50s. TGTX right at those 1070s. ENPH holding these 810s. TGTX. Some good size here coming in on the bids. 370 lots. It took them out immediately. This could be getting ready for a breakdown. See if the buyers can keep holding this up. Up to those 70s. Alright, wick coming in off that trend. But a lot of work left to go. A lot of work to go. So by no means just because it's trying to wick into that, it's actually giving a setup where if it breaks, you could see some red engulfing come on in here. Bid stacked on 74s now, surprisingly, and the ask is at 96s. So not too much follow through on that sort of sell off right there. So if it can discredit that and just continue holding these 75s, we like this. And just like that, right up to the 90s, bid hasn't stacked up to it yet. Oh yeah, 1 lot, 2 lots on 90s. That's easy to take out. Now bid stacked on 80s, so decent little hold there. ENPH up to 814 now. 66 lots on the 80s. Trying to chip away these 90s. It hasn't yet. There's only 1 lot there. TGTX still at 1070. Bid stacked on 85s, and we got through the 90s there. Is it going to be able to reclaim 19s? Only 1 lot on 95s took out 60 of them there. That was just 1 lot. Is it going to be able to hold? The bid hasn't climbed up yet. Chipped away 85 there. Still at chipping away 93s. What happens when this reclaims 19? If it can do so. Not ready to take it out yet. Mr. Drift, how we doing? We're playing this ENPH, so we got stopped out at 85s was our fill. You know, the reevaluation is as we could have just averaged in and then got out off the 19 retest or the retest of these wick lows. So instead of just punching out right there, I could have easily been a little patient, punched out, and then reloaded, which is what we've done. We got 72s and 60s and 70s. So just sitting here holding out and seeing, we feel the risk reward here is decent. It's got to reclaim 19s though, which is having a tough time. You can see the stair step to the downside. Is it going to follow this channel or the descending channel? My bets until we get back over 1950 is that we're going to follow this. But I still think the risk reward is decent, where if you're right about, you're out right into these body lows, so it could just wick into that, which would suck. We'd probably take the hit, and then we'd probably be saying, dude, why'd we get out right there as it reclaims, and then it would probably end up going if that was the case. But we feel the risk reward here is decent. We think there's going to be more selling if it starts to follow this descending channel. But it's chipping away these 93s. Anybody's ball game here. And there it finally just took out the 93s. We got 90 and bid stacked on 93s temporarily. 1 lot off 90s. We got 3 lots on 97s to fight through. And there's 97s going through the tape. TGTX, we're still holding in on this. We got an alert. We're going to think about adding more. ASTS, if this comes back in to 98, we can think about it there as well. But let's see if this is going to give us a reclaim of 19s here. We'd be very happy if that was the case. We got decent size on 96 though, so I mean this could be setting up ready to break down. It could go either way. Could go either way. And I would say probably in favor of the shorts right here. Because I mean it's setting up the flat bottom break. Hold, 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 hold. As soon as it breaks that down, you could see that flush. But the interesting support level right here is throwing a wrench into how this could play out. So I don't know. I'd say oil above 85 is notable though. No size on the bid here at these 70s. 2 minutes left. Bid tried the stack on 80s there. Just trying to push above this price. And there we have 850 lots on 75s here. So we'll see if this has anything. Each time there's been big size on the bid, it's just got taken out right away. So we'll see if that's the case here. Soundhound up to 58 or 59s. Nice green candle. How is it going to act when it's up here at these? Is it going to reject those levels or is it going to finally break out? TGTX still wicking into the level. Envo still has the size here. So are we going to get any type of move? Tight spread, 1 penny. Starting to chip away 75s, and it just took out a huge lot of them. Just took out 75s. We're previewing the order in case this wants to flush on us right here. We had 180 lots on 70s. It's chipping those away as well. Each time there's been decent size, it's just got eaten up. And there's your 70s. We got 30 seconds left of this candle. Giving the feel like, hey, leg down is incoming here. And there's 70s taken out. Oh my gosh. Invos. And here's the flush we're gonna get out. Nope, not yet. Wants to break it down. We're gonna wait for 40s to be on the tape. As soon as 40s are on the tape, we are gonna be out of this name. NVAC's up to 18s, and this is going to be an out. Oh man, I should get out. We'll give it just a little bit of time for this to wick back up. And that is going to be an exit. We'll just put the stop at 18s actually. Oh, thank God we're not out of this puppy yet. Hold these 50s. This has a chance. I mean, this support level right here, we might even just give it a little bit below 18s. I know that's a tough thing to do. That's tough. We'll see if these buyers can really start coming in now. Oh man, I was so close to punching out of this thing. Good Lord. I think we might as well just give it the full stop. We'd lose more money for sure. Give it this 21 on the 30. Doing good. It's good to hear that, Drift. I don't know. We'll see how good I'm doing when this ENPH trade finishes up here. But I mean, we're not gonna lose the boat on this name by any means, but we'd like to see this pan out if it can just hold this area. You know, we could easily already have an entry on this name, but I mean, that neckline break would be tough to have. Gaps up through it. Just looking at the daily chart with this, I wouldn't be surprised if it had to pull back into that neckline before it really tested up higher, but no test of this flat top is a little bit interesting as well. '75's on the ask. There's 75 chipping away. I mean, if it can reclaim these 19s, I'd feel so good about this trade. It just has to get there though. TTOO, nice move. Nice move. TGTX still trading in this range. Looking for a 1080 break either today or next week. Wicking into the bottom of that wick, or low. We should just get out of this name. The buyers aren't there. Tough to expect them to be here. I mean, they were there. Committing to a true stop loss is so much harder than it looks. That's basically what we're at right now. Chipped away through those 870s. Now one lot reclaiming those 70s. We'll see if they can fight through this. Trying to chip away 75s here. Oh boy, oh boy. Bid stacked on 70s. Five minutes left. Can we see this try to push up through 19s? ENPH, nice curl. Potentially building the neckline, retest 8 and take it out. Probably wouldn't be a half bad look at that point. ATHM. Rejecting 30, top end of the channel. We're just gonna hold on this name. We're gonna keep an eye on it though. Here's the next candle open. Over 1875 could be something, but I mean it's gonna have a lot of resistance that's gonna have to fight through to get to that, I think. Oh boy. Boring, boring, boring. Bid trying to jump up to these 65s. I doubt it could be able to hold though. Took out 66 and now stacked on 66. I'm not really counting this out. I know it's below the levels. I know it's come on in. But if this low can hold, you know, top end of the channel right here doesn't look half bad. And actually pushing through 75s here. Stacked above 75s. Right through 19s. I think we should probably get something out right here. In case this wants to come up, but reclaiming 19s right through it. Now stacked on 19s. Is this going to be able to get the push? Talk about resilience. Holy Christ almighty. Not out of the woods yet, but let's see if this can actually catch a frickin' bid. Right into the downtrend. I think this is reasonable to start getting some outs. Let's take a piece right here. See if we can get those 40s again. Bid stacked on 20s. This is the original fill that we had that stopped us out. Good start though. Jeez Louise. Hold above 19s is big. Here's 20s again. If it can push. See if it can push higher. 1200 lots on 20s here. And there we go. We are going to get a push stacked on 34s. Let's take our first fill right there. I got to go to the bathroom. Holy buckets. And we're back. Lordy, we were holding that puppy in for a while. Sorry if that sounds gross. I guess it's probably only drift here. But holding 19s, we did get a fill. Let's see where that fill came in at. First fill on the name. Rang 1935s. That's just the start. If this can really break this downtrend and get going, let's take a look at it. Invos. Hopefully the right guy was in short off that 19. He's out of the money thinking about his position right now. But 1935s for the first fill. I like it. We're going to be trimming the levels all the ways to the upside here. 20s holding on the bid here. Be right back. Gonna be interesting to see which way this ends up picking. But even if it traded back down, I think we can hold this for this trend line, and our out is going to be underneath this wick. At least we got a print that will save some of the loss. But giving up 19's large spread, about a 30-cent spread right now. So anybody's ball game to claim that spread. We got one lot on 19's. And now tighter spread. We got 10 lots on 19's. What's TG? Oh, holding 70's. I like this. Even if it has to come back down to these lows, I like this ad down there if it gets there. Invoice is the one that's still scaring me a little bit. It's just, I mean, even though it started catching a bid, is it going to be able to match that and take out this downtrend? If it can get through this downtrend, we got some levels that we can trim. We got 1970s or 1960 to 70, and then 20s. We got a lot of outs that we can get in the 20s. We got top, 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 and we're going to respect each one to the upside. 150 lots on 1902. Took those out. Nope, we're still holding these O2s. Man, the resilience, man. I could have easily been out there, and I'd be so pissed looking at this name up 19. I'd be so mad. It's definitely the gamble of taking names like this. I mean, you just never know which way this is going to take. I mean, this could easily reject, be right back in the 850, into 50s, where we'll try a reload, and then we'll stick to this out. I mean, 18s is I don't know if we can hold it lower than that, but giving up 19s here, not what we wanted to see. Wicking right in towards that downtrend. That's where a lot of the resistance is. But that washout top, probably not even going to try the reload. We could play it aggressively, but I don't think we're going to try it. I've had enough stress with this name today. And, I could just get out. I'd say more so given that look, like, hey, if we follow this, I mean, this could give you a flush down through 16. So we're not too pleased with that washout top. Kind of a false break in 19, but we do have three. I was just getting ready to say we do have 3 minutes left in this candle. It can still get some volume. Needs more than that though. Definitely needs more than that. One lot on 97s. 17 lots on 92 now. So anybody's ball game. I mean, that was crucial to at least get a trim right there. TGTX giving that washout candle as well into the middle of this red move. Giving the feel like, hey, we got to come back down. Invos trying, but bid did start stacking on 90s now. So we are at 90s, tight spread. 2 minutes left on the candle. We want as much of a green candle as we possibly can. But volume is picking up. We have a shaved green bottom here. So I do like that. And closing above those 75s is big. And now through 19s, bid stacked on 19s. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. There's 25, so close. Potentially, we got 1 minute left. As long as this doesn't wick down under 19, I'd love if it just closed like a candle like this. You have a lot of green room to the downside to get buyers in it. Oil testing 80, testing wicking to those tops, even higher than what it did. Here's 30s. 25s are stacked. There we're through the highs right there. Let's get back to these trims. Come on, push this. Push those 39s. Bid stacked on 32s, and there's 39s pushed. And let's take a piece right there. So taking another out right there. ENPH. Gonna get ready for a continued pump right here. There's 70s. Let's take another piece off right there. And ring in the register on the name. Let's keep just, we're gonna have fun with this one. Keep ripping. Keep ripping. There's 20s. We're through 20s. Let's take a piece off right there. Alright, how many outs do we got? Now that red candle's come on in. We got 35s, 58s, 65s, and 2004. We'll keep ringing it if it wants to keep going. So a nice green candle close right here. This is really what we wanted to see. Now we can adjust this kind of in like that. Still not out of this descending channel look, but a decent look. Decent look. What's that TGTX doing? Man, imagine stopping out at this freaking wick low right there. Coming right back in. If this comes back into this wick top right here, we can think about an add. But we would rather just see this 1930s hold. Let's re-put this alert back in for 65s. And here's 1980s is still chipping away. 95 lots on 78, but bids stacked on 55s. So we got 5 prints on the name. We got 4 prints on the name. ENPH still pushing that neckline up higher. So the larger it wants to push up there, looking at it as a retracement, we got up to 834s. But looking at the daily candle, not gonna be a half bad daily candle. Trying to hold this level. If we get that 860 break, you can see the catalyst for a move higher potentially. ENPH still 80s. Bid stacked on 62s, trying to take out 78s and took out a good chunk of those 80s. Back down to those 50s. That's fine. Still chipping away these 80s though. It looks like VWAP is right at those 20s. So I would expect, maybe some short-term pressure off this, but if it can reclaim, if it can push this newly adjusted channel, I wouldn't be surprised to see a green candle push up through these highs. So we did respect sort of this top right there. I would expect this top and maybe this wick. I mean, all kinds of profit take areas here. Not out of the woods yet. Not out of the woods yet. Let's go back to our tape. Bids, our ask is built up at these 50s. Invex still churning. 27s is the high. Geo's just hovering around 40s. Is that going to give us a green candle higher? I like this 40 level, but 50s is the level we really want to see. Oh my gosh. Looked over to it and said, are we going to get this green candle move higher? And boom, just like that, like literally seconds later. Doesn't mean anything, but I would say that, over that 750 is a lot more of a bullish area. Looking at Invos, it took out that size on 50. Not building up on top of those 50s yet, though, but still anybody's ball game. EDBL, as soon as it broke that channel, is it going to be able to trade sideways? And then is this going to be a neckline? Sort of a break at 3. Invos turned into a green candle. Oh boy. Oh man, so close. I love when that level meets up with a VWAP. I hate VWAP. You won't ever see me using a VWAP. I'll look at it just because I know I look at it as a stupid line. I want to see where the people are looking at that VWAP. If this were to break VWAP and push higher, I'm looking for a nice move. Only 20 lots on 20s here. Let's see if it can break it. Is it going to be able to break this? Bid stacked on 20s. Oh boy. Uh-oh, drift. Uh-oh, drift. 600 lots on 20s. Uh-oh. Oh boy, come on. Oh my gosh, it didn't hold it. Took those 600 lots off 20s. They tried it. They tried it. That's fine. Just give it a little bit more time here. Got plenty of time left on this candle. 750 left on this candle. 740 I meant. Oh man, I thought that was gonna go right there. Flushing back on in. Good size off these 20s. This could actually be reloadable, but we're gonna let it breathe a little bit. Invax days high. And just like that, right back up to these 20s. A 70-cent spread. So anybody's ball game to claim that spread. Space Mobile, right through that 4. Look at that candle. That is what we like to see right there. Let's see this keep that churn up to the upside. TGTX ENPH. This is where all the love is gonna get my attention. Not ready to break 20s yet though. The spread's tightening down 50 to 80. I gotta take this call, guys. I'll be right back. And we're back. Looking at this 50 lots stacked on 60 here. You know, nice buying pressure into this candle. Like I said, when I was full red engulfing, you know, if I was really playing aggressive on this, if it didn't have this downtrend like there, I would probably have punched it. But if it's gonna break, I mean, we got a great entry on the name. I mean, we can go take a look at the average. The average is showing us 19 flats, but that's part of a wash sale, and I think we did have a wash sale on this from a time ago. But I would say my average, based off the newer position, would on the safe side go 80s. So only 5%, but our best out off these 20s, 7%. We think that we can get top end of the channel here if it wants to work out for us. So it's got to work out for us first, though. We had 1,000 lots that just jumped on here at these 50s. So really trying to get some continuation here. If these 1,000 lots can hold, and there's some size stepping up on top of those 1,000 lots. If this can give us the move that we're looking for. After equity market goes into futures after crypto. Laugh out loud. Marathon. Are you looking at Marathon Oil? There's two different names of Marathon that we're looking for. Or maybe you can clarify what you're talking about. Uh, you know, honestly, Drift, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm not sold on the crypto yet. I am a big believer that it follows the equity market in a sense, but there are very strange ways that they act together. I'm going to say it like that. But looking at Bitcoin, if you're looking at this as the mother, this is a flat bottom break that is setting up. And this is why I wait for your strength to really give you some sort of move. So it gives you a nice pump. I look at this as a retest of these lows. You know, it didn't even have the strength to push up to the downtrend. Got pretty close. But this is giving you the feel of flat bottom break. I would say it is support, though. Just marking these highs, it does look like support, but support's meant to be broken. So the only thing I would say is, you know, I'm showing patience, and the main reason is off of that uptrend, adding into the bearishness of this. Where is it rejecting down there? I'm just showing patience. That's how I'm sticking with it, and hopefully I can get better prices. I am involved with the crypto. When I said Mara, keep trading at all hours, equity, futures, crypto. You think I can pull that off, Drift? Where I just keep this, go full-time live streaming into these equity markets, or equity, crypto, and futures. I've never participated in trading futures contracts. I'm just not as experienced with options. I feel I'd be pretty good with them, but that I'm just not 100% confident with it. So maybe one day we'll get into that. No, you asked earlier if you should end the show or keep her going. We're gonna keep it going today. We don't have work. Wow, that would have to be a special event. When you said marathon, I keep trading. Okay, I got you. Yeah, if we get to a big enough size where, you know, we get monetized, we get a face cam, we get some capital spent on the YouTube channel, we will have some days that are like that. Hopefully that's all in the course. But until that time comes, 24/7 bonanza. Maybe one day. maybe one day. Um, but I'd have to get some of those accounts set up. We'd have to use a couple different accounts. I wouldn't be opposed of it, but I would need to have my channel a little bit bigger. At the end of the day, at the end of the 24 hours, we see how much was made. That's a great idea. That's definitely go on the list. But one of these days we're gonna make it transparent where my brokerage is linked to my charting. You guys will be all transparent of what you guys see me making, and I could pull that over, but as of right now, I'm not really making it about the money, and the brokerage that I'm using is in the same account. They're two different accounts, but it has my main portfolio on there. So I don't want people to see the portfolio. Full disclosure, since it's just you here, Drift, is I don't want people to look at the portfolio and say, "Oh, look at this guy's account," and want to, watch or follow based off what they see my account. You know what I mean? I just want it to be about uh, the teaching as of right now of what I look for and the strategy that works for me. But I am very transparent that what works for me might not work for somebody else. I would say that I am very confident in my ability, but on positions, swing trades that I do get more size on, I don't want to take a losing swing trade and somebody be like, "Oh, dude, this guy just lost X amount of money. I hate him." Or I take a swing trade and this guy makes X amount of money and they're like, "Dude, I'm gonna follow everything this guy does." No, I'm not. I don't want it to be at that level yet, but maybe one day, uh, we get everything as transparent as possible and we go from there. It's all part of the plan. But the plan right now is to be consistent, live stream every day, and put myself on the map in a sense, where you can go back and look and see everything that I do. Trying to be transparent. But a lot of the long-term investments is dating back to a lot of time. It's just going to be very hard to explain as well. So uh, eventually, the goal that I'm looking for is to have a completely separate brokerage account that's linked to my charting and keep everything in that as transparent as possible. But I mean, I'm not going to make it sound like I'm perfect at trading. I still have a lot of room to grow, but that's the goal. That's the goal. So INVAX, we'll see if it can hold this level. If it puts red engulfing through this level, you could say VWAP rejection, and oh, this is a short. But I'm hoping that the right short is in off this VWAP, and as soon as it takes out this high, we're looking to see a nice influx. So nice wick of buying coming in right there. Uh, Widespread, we got about a 34-cent spread right here. ASTS giving that wick top up through that 4. Let's just see it hold 4 now. We got the teal meeting up at the 4 level. Looks pretty good. EDBL kind of trading in, giving a retest of the top end of that channel. Boom, just like that. Can it hold levels and take out this? Maybe you could set an alert right here, but you're going to risk that washout top and then a boom. You could easily end up taking this break, and with this type of name, you could be looking at a nice red candle, 22% risk reward. Is the reward enough for that? So that's the one thing that would be concerning with that. But just looking for this wick low to hold. If it gets underneath this, we can take the winning trade if we want to, but uh, I would expect good movement or good buying pressure in this green candle. It's a healthy green candle, running that to the wick top right there. You can see your 702 meeting up right at 19 flat, so could see some wicks coming into that. And I think the best picture of this, let's just clear out everything. Uh, what I would say is that you are still consistently putting in lower highs, and you know you have the catalyst for a wedge. So until we break over this, I'm not saying that this is going to be an ascending channel. But here is what was the point I was going to make right here? Hold on, I'll get it. Oh boy, I forgot what I was going to say. Jesus, I'm losing it, Drift. Oh yeah, of course. Duh. Let's get rid of that. I was going to go to the 30-minute chart. Here's your big picture. Is you got this wedge pattern, and I'd say your 30-minute chart is where you have good support rolling in through. I'd say your 30 minute is probably your best look. I can't believe I just had that brain fart right there. I was just thinking about the 30. That's what really gave us the confidence that maybe try and hold this. So I'm not going to make it sound like, oh, this 30 is holding, that means it's a sure thing. But that is a better look on the 30. We have it on this 15. But I would say that this 30, if it wants to just trade sideways enough, we think that it can push this downtrend. Soundtown coming right back into the level. We're looking for 50s as a whole. Now we're building the neckline, so we have that resistance. Now if it breaks over 260 at any point in time, maybe it needs to do this next week. But we think that this can catch a bid, and if it breaks over 270, we think we're in on a winner. EDBL wicking through that green candle, that 30 minute, giving you a decent look. But I mean, you know, you could say it came right into the level on the 30. Maybe I need to start using the 30 minute. But that 15 minute, is it going to give you that washout top and come right back in? That's what would scare me. ENPH continuing the wick in the 50s here. The bid is stacked over 50s. TGTX and giving a wick through this level here, following this wedge pattern. Can it follow the teal on 30? We got 8 minutes 50 seconds left on this 30-minute candle. Still trying to hold 50s though. Pure storage up 6%. Just a quick rundown. We absolutely hammered the long on this name. You can take a guess where. Just a little bit early. The bigger look for the picture. Go over to a weekly chart. There's your better look. There's your channel. So good teaching moment off of this name, but I'd say it looks really good for continuation for an all-time high break. Very good look. ENPH has been trading long enough. We got to get it up here. But catching a bid. Holding 50s. That's what we want to see. You're saying do it over the weekend? Normally I'm extremely busy on the weekend, so that makes it a little bit tough. NVAX up to 830s. Another day high print, continuing the churn. Confirmed higher low potentially if it comes on in. Nice hold of 8. Talk about resilience. It pushed under 8 briefly. ENPH giving up 30s or giving up 50s. Oh my gosh, I forgot. I gotta make a call. Bear with me, Drift. I gotta make a call, but we're still watching this NVAX. No answer. Not important enough. Just kidding. NVAX, another day high. You know, I guess a day high is up here. But I'm counting this as just a nice churn. ASTS never came down to that 4401 low there. Bid trying to stack 50s here. Can it hold? PWM is going to let me know every day. But testing up towards that flat top, you know, potentially breaking this downtrend. Probably 1,000 ways you can set that downtrend. Given the move through the level, see if 19s can hold here. Four minutes left on this candle. Some would say, oh, see VWAP. Beautiful. Just wait. If it breaks that VWAP, you aren't going to be saying much about that VWAP later down the road. We'll see, though. We'll see. Maybe VWAP was the exit. I didn't need VWAP. If I wanted to cut the position into this high, you know, I had the opportunity to. Didn't need VWAP to see that there was a resistance level here. That's what I'd say about that. But, I mean, whatever works for you. That's just my personal opinion. Consistently lower highs, respecting the newly set downtrend. We had it a little bit down lower before. 19's coming on in. Is 19 going to get some buying pressure or not? TGTX. Retesting the wick high. That's a good look on the 30. EDBL. Scary, scary, scary. Probably about as scary as Invos is. Honestly speaking. What's up? Alright, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that drift. Envos, you know, we were thinking about it. We just tapped that neckline right there. It was full red engulfing into the level. You look at the 30-minute. Boom, there's your wick. But given the look, like if this has any bit of selling pressure into these 1960s, that this could stair step and boom, just like that, right through the level. So going off of that 30-minute candle, which has 25 minutes, uh, that is kind of what I'd say about it. ASTS, a nice move higher. Could have had more size on this name, but we were looking for a little bit more of pullback. Gave a nice curl, sideways consolidation, take out the highs. Beautiful look. TGTX, you know, we think this probably has to come back down eventually. This one has more of a solidified sort of channel look. But we think that this name next week could be one to maybe have an entry on, so we'll just keep an eye on this one. Soundhound doesn't need to build a neckline, trade down, continue to hold 50s. If it can get back over 60s, I'd say it looks pretty good. Invos. Oh, is this going to pan out how we think it can? I don't know. If it keeps wicking down into these upper 18s, we think that the 30-minute is a pretty good look, which is right at 19. So if it gives up 19s, you know, we could be seeing this come on in. So let's just keep an eye on Invos. Good size stepping up on the bid right here. Now that I switch over, this 1,300 lots on 1925. So if some bids can stack above that, I'd say this could get going. One lot off 30s here. Huge, bigger size for sure. 12 or 120,000 shares trying to be bought off 24s right now. Now stacking higher. Now bid stacking 1 penny, or now the bid's pushing up even higher than that right now. So if this is gonna have the weight to go, trying to push higher. I'd expect some selling pressure in the middle of that move though, but if it wanted to start going, same breakout level, 20s. TGTX trying to push, Soundhound trying to push. Warner Bros giving up the ghost further. That 1,000 lots just keeps churning up higher. It's at the 40 mark right now. Now 1,100. This is gonna go. I mean, it has a little bit of increased volume, decreasing. If this is a candle that wants to push it, PWM. Trying to push 50s here. Is it going to be able to? Not any size here, but bid now just trying to stack up a little bit higher. Keeps chipping away these 49s. Downtown trying to push higher, but I'd expect some selling pressure in here. Trying to push 50s still. And there it just pushed 50s. Oh boy. Is it going to be bullish? We're going to find out. Very unique setup right here, where this is probably a trim area. How much should we get trimmed here? We have no fills in the 70s. Is he going to be able to push? You can see a little bit of wick pressure still coming into that trend line, or that downtrend. A little bit of volume increase. I don't know how much selling pressure came in right there. But looking at this 30-minute, that wedge pattern is really coiling in. I'd like it more above those 50s. About a 30 cent spread, a 20-cent spread. Anybody's ball game to claim these 50s here. Gosh, I forgot. I gotta make another call. Jesus H. Thank goodness. I like when people don't answer. Unless it's emergency, of course. Bid stacked on 50s, only 2 lots, but still stacked on 50s. If it can hold that level. Volume clearly upticked here. I'm trying to go 60s. Is this going to break this downtrend? Talk about patience. Giving up 50s. That's a scary look. Open on the next candle, gaps up. So 1, 2, 3 pullback candles, fourth candle gapping up. How does it act when it fills the gap? Could be setting up a push here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Bid didn't stack up though. 30-cent spread, got a lot of room to claim that for the longs. But if it takes out this 20, I think that this is going to go. Personally, it could get that washout top and right back in, have to trade back down, but we are looking for a bullish breakout here. The spread is tightening, 15 cents, 14 cents. Still good, a little cushion there that the longs can take out. 266 lots on 78s. Right back in, chipped out the bid. Could say continuing to reject that. ATHM giving up the ghost. Probably needs a retest down here, so more of a buying opportunity for us potentially coming in on Monday for this name. I mean, deja vu right over here. Wick, wick, trying to take out the level. Wick, wick, trying to take out the level. It just keeps rejecting this level until it doesn't. Till it doesn't. $0.26 spread. We'll see if we can close the gap a little bit. We just took out 77s though. It's tough to find the buyers to step up into this level, it seems. $11 minutes left on this 30-minute candle. Chipping away 75s, bid stacked on 60. Taking out 75s here. 15-cent spread. Oh boy, bid stepped up to 70s now. As bullish as I am for this to give us a pop, I would say with the bid stacked on 70s right now, this is probably a good time to take profit. Now that bid is gone, uh, but still can reclaim back up to that range. You know, we could just go on the ask right in front of that. But if this green candle that I think could come in comes in, we are going to be excited to be printing the name back up above 20s. 14-cent spread. And there's 20s coming on in. 30-cent spread. Is it going to be able to break out? I mean, this looks good. This candle, given that continuation, I'd expect a decent volume increase. If this wants to break VWAP, which VWAP's still sitting right at that 20 level. Bid stacked up to 83s. Bid stacked up to 82s. 85 lots on 95. And it took out 95s. Bid stacked on 95s immediately. And there's through 20s, and here we get going. There's the VWAP break. Are we going to have any breakout buying? Bid stacking on 20s. There's 30s. Let's take a piece right here. Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Here we go. We were so patient for this. ENPH. Let's keep taking profits on the way up here. So 75% of the position. So taking a print there. There's 45s. Wicking up towards those 50s, but I mean this looks good. See if it can break these 50s. Wicking back into 20s. Can it hold these 20s? 40-cent spread. Wide spread here. Let's see what that first fill gave us. Loading. Yeah, 2015s. That's kind of a crappy fill. But that's why you probably should use limits. There's 50s rolling through the tape. And right through 50s. Up to 89s. We're on the ask at 75s. See if we can get that fill. And there, 75s got taken out. Right on the ask at 21s, right in front of them. Let's go off 2095. We can get rid of this. Nice volume increase with 5 minutes left. How about that hit drift? How about that one? Let's see if we can keep getting this trim up higher. Bid stacked on 74s looks good for continuation. There's 21s. Let's see if we can get up to 25s. Keep just taking 200 at a time. Or 20s at a time. Giving us the fill, but we still think that this can keep going. 21s. There's our 25 fill. 2180s. Go 21 fives. Just throw it up there, see if we can keep getting fills here. Did it wick us on those fives? No. See if we can get these 21 fives to fill. Chipping away 40s. Chipping away 40s. There's fives. Chipping away fives. Did we get the fill there? Yep, we sure did. Let's go right off those 80s. See if we can get 80s here. There's the 80s. Let's go right off of 22.2. Go 222s. There's 22s, 900 lots on it. They're trying to rip this higher. 22 twos incoming. 22 16s on the ask. 700 lots stacked on 22s, 1,000 lots stacked on 22s. Looking to push higher. How high can it go? 22 twos. We're getting our next one ready for 22 fours right into the top end. Oh, did it? Did it? It looks like it filled us on those 22 twos. Let's take a look. What? It says the wick high goes up to, no, never mind, 22.16. So didn't quite get those 22 twos filled. Could be the wick top temporarily, but a lot of volume, 2.5 million. Talk about get the entry before the break. There's your VWAP. Oh, it's rejecting VWAP. Boom, stupid line at its finest. Could be the wick top. It's had a lot of fun with that. Close to those 22 twos. No fill there though. That's fun. That's fun right there. And right back up to 22s. Holy shnikes. Let's see this halt. 1,300 lots on the ask here. If it can just take them all out. Oh my gosh, it's eating through all of them. Ate through every single one of them. Ate through every single one of those lots so fast. 22 twos, are we gonna get that fill? We got 22 fours ready to go. 22 twos, chipped them out and getting ready to break through them. I would say we got that fill right there, and we sure did. Let's see if this can halt. Top end of the channel right there is threes. Put those four orders out there. See if we got that fill right there right now. And we did. Let's see if we can hold above this channel. Don't wick into it. We got our fills here. Let's try and hold this. What do we got left percentage wise? We got 40% of the position left. That wick top coming in, respecting top end of the channel. Right through that. Come on, baby. Let's frickin' go. Let's try and hold for those 23s. Can I hold these 22s? I'd say that's a big level. But I mean, even if this comes back in, I think this is about the size that I'd be willing to just hold for a dream move. We did our damage. Can it heat back up again? That's the question. What is that green candle right there? How much buying's gonna come in off these 21s? Kind of a death candle coming on in, but that's alright. We did our damage. No, I'm back in. That's alright. Now we're really just rooting for this breakout. I'd say above 22.5 is kind of a channel break. I mean, you could say that you adjust that top end of the channel just a little bit like that, but Warner Bros. Looks like junk. How's it gonna act down here at 11 off the uptrend? GFAI giving a nut up or shut up right there. Could go punch it. This could get going right there. Another daily candle. It's a decent look. No size jumping in here yet. Light volume. Invos looking like it's gonna need to pull back in. 3 candles. Decent look here. Oil print days high. Candle is trying to stay green here. Just claim 22s. Invos might not be done. This one could end up being a halt. Oh boy, right up to day's high here. This breaks 24. This could go. GFAI, nice candle there. Coming back in, is it going to be able to hold this sort of neckline? I'd say over 30s could catch a bid if this gives you that W pattern. That could be the catalyst it needs for an 860. GFAI, nice green candle coming in. Probably could have tried it. We thought about it. We went and looked at the tape. GFAI, nice green candle coming on in. Over top of 91s, really could get going. This could be a halt name. Is Invo's gonna get going here at the back half of this candle? Or the last 2 minutes of this candle? And it might. Tight spread here. If it can chip away 6, and it just took out those lots. Oh boy. Oh, another 1.5 million shares traded so far in this candle. Just took out 40s. Some good size on 40s. Can it break these 50s? Top end of this channel. I don't see how else you could draw this channel, getting that extra wick hit right there. But nice sideways channel if it wants to give the break. I don't see a better time, maybe trade back down and then break it, but I mean, this could easily break it here any second. Bid stacked on 35s. Where's GFAI? A little bit of a pullback. Looking for a retest of that wick right there. Reclaiming 22s, given the sideways action, if this wants to keep setting higher lows, this could easily break this. Coming on in, I just want to see buying pressure in right here. Set up for the breakout. I mean, even if it pulls back in here, we'll think about getting some reloads on the name, get some size back into it. But if it breaks out before then, we like the position that we have, and we're just gonna hold. I'll be right back. And we're back, holding above 22s. Is it gonna get going? Looking at Tesla, just a knife. I can't really say too much. Warner Brothers looks like a knife. And here we're back up to day's high and pushing higher. Here we go. Let's take a piece off right there into those 30. Let's just go on the ask here. Let's actually look for a little bit higher. I'm gonna take a piece off market there. A lot of selling pressure right there, top end of that channel. Let's see where that last fill came in. We got 22.89s. It still can go. We're on the ask at 23s. And looks like we are going to get these 23s. 23s chipping away. Took out a lot of 23s there. Yeah, we had to have gotten a fill. Yep, we got filled on 23s. Twenty-three, 25s, next level. Let's do it. I wouldn't be surprised to see gap fill up at 60s, so we got to hold a piece for that. EDBL all the ways back in. Into this wick now. I mean, what did I say? 20% downside risk, or 20% downside risk from that breakout. More than that. So, I mean, yikes. Yikes. Here's the 80s. I mean, after this, I mean, maybe a little bit of a fill right here off these 2380s. And the wick top. So, I mean, how bullish is this going to be? It's above the channel we got marked. Probably some leeway to play with this, though. Let's go take a look at the tape. Just took out 90s. And here's getting ready to take out 23s. And it took out all of that size off 23s. Took out a lot of that size at 23 there. Now there's no size at 23s. Trying to take him out. Just not yet. 400 lots just on the bid. Just got taken out. Is that the wick top? Is it the wick top? I doubt it. I doubt it. But maybe. I mean, if it was going to take out those 23s, it could have easily done it there. There's not any size on it anymore. Just already took it all out. Goes back there again. I think it goes. That could be the wick top right there. Very well could be the wick top there. I mean, this candle turns red. That's a washout top and a half if I've ever seen one. Top end of the channel. But here we go again. If it takes 23, it's going to go. Actually, it might just wick. We're on the bid or the ask at these 23.25s. I mean, after that, 23.80s. Potentially the wick top there, but I've said that a couple times. I don't know. I was pretty bullish still here, but potentially the wick top really coming in there. If this candle especially closes red, I don't know if it's gonna have the juice, but if it does and it wants to go, I would not be surprised to see this rip. Still holding the green candle, surprisingly. Yep, candle turned red. Potentially a reload area if this wants to come back into here, though. Let's calculate the fills over 22. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 fills over 22. Ooh, man, I'm starving. I'm starving. Well, I feel showcased a winning trade. Doesn't mean that I'm anything special. I'm just a guy. But really good resilience holding it against the level. Just gave these lows a chance and said, hey, it's still possible. It can be an ascending channel. I mean, that's the difference of taking a losing trade. We said risk reward at this level. You're risking 4% for 26%. I mean, that's a 6-to-1 risk reward. We executed it exactly what we were talking about. We did start here, got stopped out, re-entered in, said, 18 stops. We're getting ready to put it in, and sometimes just staying true to the plan, staying true, running that deep stop. If it triggers and you get out, you lose more money. But sometimes you just have to have a little bit of trust in the setup and trust in the ability of the move. Why do you like it in the first place? We liked it because it tested up, set this flat top. Now when it took out that flat top, I mean this could easily still have a move up. So I might think about a reload, get at least some of the size back if it wants to keep testing top end of the range, and we get lucky on a 25 break. If it gets over 25, I mean that's a level. You go a little bit further to the left, I'm sure there's something right here. 25s. I mean, if this wanted to really rip, this thing could easily go up to 60s. So I mean, gonna take some time for it to work some levels out. But now that we've made out pretty decent on the name, if it pulls back in here, we feel like we can try to start reloading the name. If it comes all the way back into the bottom end of the channel, now that we've tested the top end, I think it's going to be all hands on deck for that level. So looking at the hourly, uh, I would go off of your hourly move as it's trading sideways long enough. How does it act when it comes in play with this 21? Warner Brothers disappointing, but uh, we think that we're still going to be able to get the last laugh on this name. Might need to come all the way back into these lows again, but we'll see how this 11 holds. After that, we could be looking at some downside pressure. But if it ends up working out for us, we'll see if it can test back up to this 14s. Over 14 or over 15. I think obviously saying that sounds a lot better than what it is, but I think there's worse names to be investing in, and we'll hold our hands on this one and see how it goes. TGTX, probably not ready to go yet if we just clear out everything. If it does break over top of these 80s, we're pretty confident that we're going to have a nice winning trade, but it's going to have to break it first. So might need to pull back in before it does that. Who knows? Maybe it pulls all the way back into the lows. I don't know, but if it breaks over top of this 1150, we will have a winner on this as it can potentially catch a rip to the upside. Maybe we're a little bit early. Looking back at ENPH, candle is indecision. And here we're coming on into this level. It does have decreasing volume, but volume is picking up with 10 minutes left. So down here at these previous highs, how does it act? How many outs do we have above 21? 1, 2, 3. 3 outs above 21s. Coming all the ways back in, and let's try and get a reload on this name. All in all, we know that the teal on our 30-minute is right around there. So if we want to get reloads for the name there, probably not a half bad look. But maybe just miss that opportunity for an ad. We'll see. We'll see. There is definitely more selling pressure. You can see the catalyst for those previous highs right there. But putting a wick into that 50 level. Could have just missed my reload there. All in all, that's going to call it for the live stream. Candles turn green now. Would have been a nice reload probably. I would have felt good with it. Even if it gave out that low, I would have felt good with it. Nah, nothing else that I really want to talk about. EDBL, be careful with these, with this name in particular. I'd say give it some time. Maybe trades back down to this 150 level. Who knows? ENPH, maybe coming right back in. Let's see if we're going to get this reload or not. More than likely the wick top for today, but still could give a move after hours or even into next week. It's a decent setup. Alright guys, that's going to call it for this stream. Appreciate anybody who tuned in. And we will see you next week on Tuesday with Labor Day on Monday.